Wilson Revival Culture Global. And if everyone would please silence your cell phones, and if you so choose, please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, shall we pray? Father, thank you. We thank you for your Son, Jesus, who made a way for us to be able to come. As we stand together before you now, we give honor and praise to you because it is by you, through you, from you, and to you that all things are done. Lord, we love you. Father, I ask your blessing upon this time. God, I ask that you would pour your Spirit out upon these men and women that are conducting your business, Lord. God, that you would continue to protect them, keep them safe. And I pray this right now in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, under God, liberty and justice for all.
May I have roll call, please?
Mayor West.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Turner. Absent. Councilmember Durio.
Here.
Councilmember Hilliard.
Here.
Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Sherwood. Absent. And Councilmember Crenshaw. Here. Thank you.
All right, we have 4 presentations today. The first will be a presentation from the City of Beaumont Communications Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this week's announcements, the Mayor's Coalition Against Violence continues to bring our community together to address violence and to support at-risk youth. Community leaders are identifying priorities and solutions as we encourage residents to stay engaged. Upcoming mentorship trainings will be held April 23rd at 5:30 p.m. and May 2nd at 10 a.m. at the Lakeside Center Meeting Room. The next coalition meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 12th at 5:30 p.m., also at the Lakeside Center Auditorium. We hope everyone will find a way to get involved, help our youth, and help stop the violence. The City of Beaumont Recreation Department invites you to activate the park. This free, family-friendly event will be held Saturday, April 25th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Central Park on 4th Street. Enjoy fitness, activities, games, vendors, and interactive fun for all ages. It's crawfish season, and so we hope you'll join us on Sunday, April 26th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Riverfront Park for a full day of food, live music, family fun at the Southeast Texas Crawfish Festival. This free event features crawfish vendors, a kids zone, a vendor market, and live entertainment throughout the day. Crawfish will be $7 per pound or $20 for 3 pounds. Riverfront Rhythms is coming up Sunday, May 3rd from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., also at Riverfront Park. Enjoy a relaxing afternoon of free live music along the Neches River. Bring your lawn chairs or a picnic, take in performances from talented local artists, and an ice cream truck will also be on site. The city is proud to partner with Habitat for Humanity for the Build Beaumont initiative. 2 free affordable homes will be built on Fillmore Street, or 2 new, sorry, not free homes. 2 new affordable homes will be built. Got it, people excited there, right? To be built on Fillmore Street, and volunteers and partners are needed to help build it. To get involved, call 409-499-3036 and help us build Beaumont. Registration is now open at the Sterling Pruitt Activity Center. The Beaumont Track Club is open to ages 5 through 18 through May 1st. And then also summer camp registration is going on. It's underway for ages 5 to 12. For details, call 409-838-3613. And that concludes this week's announcements.
Thank you. Next, we have a presentation on insurance. Marissa Arsenault, City of Beaumont Liability Administrator, will introduce the presenter.
So this portion of our insurance is for the windstorm and hail only. Initially, we were in 2023 with the open market with a different broker. we switched our insurance over to TML, and they partner with Victor Insurance, who is here today with us to present to you the rates for this year. This is Hina and Jessica.
Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, City Council, for allowing us to present the 2026 windstorm insurance. A little bit about our company. I'm with Victor Insurance Managers. We exclusively work with public entities and have done so for the past 40 years in insurance. We do have a close relationship with the Texas Municipal League and currently serve about 600 of their members and write about 2,500 policies, all with public entities. A little bit about the insurance that's coming up on May 1st, 2026. This year, we had a very strong renewal, and due to the soft market, we were able to give you a lot of enhancements and improvements in terms and conditions. The first one, the most significant, is that we have been able to save the city over $250,000 on their windstorm and hail insurance. In addition to that, we were in the open market able to increase the exposure and the limits available for property in the open markets by $10 million. We halved the percentage deductible from 2% per item to 1%, and additionally provided over about $500,000 in limits for fences, signs, and light poles. The city, for this windstorm insurance, has about 16 policies. 15 of them are in the open market, and they make up the 60 million limits. We also have a policy with the Texas Windstorm Insurance because it modeled better with them, some of those locations. And that policy for this year remains stable, and the premium was flat. So a little bit about the upcoming premium for 2026. We have provided you with 3 options. Option number 1 provides the optimal limits and deductibles for the city, and this is the option that gives you the $250,000 savings from expiring. And basically, in the open market, the total exposure for the city is $234 million. Of that, in the open market, we have increased the limits from $50 million to $60 million. And the expiring on the open market was at a 2% per item deductible, and we've been able to lower it to 1%. So pretty much half the city's out-of-pocket cost on the deductible. As far as Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, also known as TWIA, that premium stayed the same at a 1% deductible. The limits in the open market increased from 50 to 60. Option 2, so with option 1, you are in the open market insuring about 25% of the exposure that the city has for windstorm. Option 2 is at the per expiring 50 million loss limit in the open market and at a 1% deductible. And that cost is $2,036,000. Option 3 is at a 50 million at a 2% deductible per item at a premium of 1.8. So if you go to the next slide, we'll do a quick comparison. So as you can see, from 2023, the city had 50 million loss limits for the entire book of business that it had, for the entire limits exposed. The deductible in 23 was 3% per location, which is probably not optimal because you have wastewater plants, you have hangars all at one location, and the deductible would have been 3% of all the values of those structures. We've been able to make improvements every year, and I think this year we've made the most improvement. As you could see, from 23, your premium was $2.7 million with 50 million limits at a 3% per location. And for 2026, we're giving you $120 million in coverage at a 1% per item deductible at $2,063,000. And we did do we do go market. We've provided the city with all the markets that we've went to and the responses, but we've given you the option that gave us the best terms and conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is item, I believe, 2 on the agenda. So if there's questions, we can either address it now or when that item comes up. But given the weather, they might want to head in. So if there's some questions from council.
So let's don't hold our questions for the ladies that made the presentation, if anybody has any. Item 2 on the agenda.
Item 2 on the agenda, the city has recommended, or we are recommending option 1. Tina, can you go back to option 1, please? That increases our coverage amount, reduces our deductible percentage, and it's actually, even though the number is the highest on the screen, it actually is a $264,000 reduction in what we paid last year.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation from Molly Villarreal, City of Beaumont Public Works Director, providing an overview on the City of Beaumont's traffic signal system, including operations, maintenance, challenges, and ongoing improvements.
There's a lot going on here. Did it right. Good afternoon. So today we will be discussing, we were asked to give a presentation about the traffic signals within a certain section of the City of Beaumont. And what we have found is that these issues in this one targeted area happen throughout the 172 signalized intersections within the city. So this presentation is to help us understand how our signals operate, why certain issues occur, and some of the things that we are undertaking in order to improve our service to our citizens. And with me is Mr. Terry LaFleur, and he will be able to answer more targeted questions and correct me, because I know I'm going to say something incorrectly. So here we go. Really, we are managing an interconnected grid. So we have 172 signalized intersections throughout the City of Beaumont, and they're all currently green, so that could be a problem here on the screen. So the reality is that traffic signals are no longer standalone pieces of equipment at individual intersections. Another way to think about traffic and traffic management is basically like the flow of water through a piping system. You're literally controlling the flow of traffic, and so you want to make sure that you're optimizing that flow throughout our entire roadway system. So if you have an issue that pops up in one location, it can have a ripple effect into other areas of the city. And so sometimes where you see a problem, that pain point may not be the source of the problem. So I want to kind of mention that and make sure that, ask y'all to keep that in mind as we work through this process. So, we have the anatomy of a modern traffic signal system. And so it starts with, the interface. What does a driver see? So we have these energy efficient LED signal heads. That is what is giving the driver visual instructions, or the pedestrian visual instructions, whether to stop or go. And there's cameras to detect whether the traffic is there, or an older technology is the inductive loops.
that, the wire coils that were buried in the pavement. And then you have the actual brain of the system, which is the controller that lives in these traffic cabinets. And I'll take a moment to plug our traffic cabinet art program. So I think there are still traffic boxes out there available for our artists if they would like to decorate those. Setting that aside. And then there's a conflict monitor in there, and that is to make sure that we're not having conflicting greens that would result in a crash. So then there's different types of signal strategies. So the one that's going to do the least amount of predicting of the traffic and is going to be the least responsive to live data is your pre-timed or your fixed time signal. So you will you will collect the data for that intersection, take the traffic counts, take the accident report history for that intersection, and you set a timing schedule for that intersection. If you want to respond a little more to live data, then you would have actuators. So that's the detector loops, those are the cameras. So that you're minimizing the unnecessary delays on the main road. And that is good for variable traffic patterns. Then you have, if you want to do some more predicting and more responsiveness to live data, that is your adaptive signaling. And that's terminology that we have thrown around quite a bit. And that is using the cabinet installed hardware, using the cameras to detect the traffic conditions and adapt to those traffic conditions. It is good for your heavily congested corridors. That is why we reserve these for our main arterial roads. So I want you to think about College Street, Dowland Road, Major Drive. These are the road, Gladys. These are the ones that we're targeting for our adaptive signaling. And then coordinated systems, these are your main transit boulevards. We don't have as many of these. You're trying to do a continuous the flow of green lights down the road so that you can get from point A to point B as easily as you can with the least amount of disruption. And then you've got your pedestrian beacons that are specifically designed to they stay dark until they're actuated by a pedestrian user. And so these are all different strategies that are currently available to us for our signal strategies. So one of the things that we do fall back on is you'll hear us use the terms recall mode. So if a sensor has failed, whether due to weather, maybe the camera's dirty, there's a power outage, or we've had a high wind event that has moved one of the cameras and is no longer detecting properly, then we go into a recall mode. And recall mode is not necessarily a bad thing. You have our maximum recall. This is going back to the actual timing design that we have for the signals. You have your maximum recall, so you're trying to maximize the green cycle for traffic to go through. You have minimum recall, which is that 5 or 6 second burst of green light to just let a couple of cars through if they're paying attention, if they're not on their phone. There's a lot of human factors in here to be able to go through that intersection. You also have pedestrian recall, and that will disrupt the normal recall cycle because there's a pedestrian that has activated it. And then the soft recall, which is the light stays green for the main road until cross-street traffic arrives, and then it changes because it has been called in. So what are the common traffic signal disruptors? Stop bar miss. So in our pavement markings where we have signals, you'll see a white stripe across the road. That is your stop bar. And that is the basis for where you should stop in order to activate the detector, whether it is a ground loop, whether it is a camera. It's telling you, come up here, stop up here. Since I started working on this presentation, driving around town, that is one of the main things. If you stop too far back, I saw many vehicles that were stopping over 2 car lengths behind the stop bar. the camera or the detector is never going to see them. So you're going to sit there and wait until maybe somebody making a left turn cuts it tight, triggers the detector, and then the traffic will cycle. The other stop bar miss is they pull too far forward and they're too forward into the intersection. Again, not triggering the detection for that signal. You have shadows. Some of these cameras are in neighborhoods with a lot of trees. We've struggled with that. I'm thinking of some on Thomas Road where we struggle with shadows, and we've also struggled with glare, especially as we get closer to the daylight savings time transitions. There's certain cameras that come to mind where we'll start getting a flurry of calls, and it is because at sunrise or at sunset, the solar glare is affecting the camera being able to detect that there is traffic. Then, of course, like I said, over and over again, the camera detection issues, the distracted driver gap, that is an important one. Once that light turns green, it's expected. There's a expected reaction time to take your foot off the brake, step on the gas, go forward. If that is disrupted because of a driver being distracted, then that causes a delay and eats into that green time for that signal. Obsolete timing plans. This is something that's going to come up again as we go into this specific intersections. Traffic counts and traffic data that was collected prior to several of these I-10 tech stop projects in general have caused our timing plans to become obsolete. Of course, power failures and also other preemption incidents. Well, what's a preemption incident? That could be an emergency vehicle passing through, because we also have these signals have the Opticon system that is going to prioritize an emergency vehicle that has its flashers on to give them the green. And then it's going to take anywhere from 3 to 5 traffic cycles to get back onto its normal routine. So you have your emergency vehicles, you could have, again, the pedestrian actuations or trains. So all of those could preempt what is programmed in that signal and cause some delays. And so even though that incident has gone on down the road, you don't know that because they've moved on and you're arriving 1 or 2 cycles later. You don't see what caused that preemption. You just know that you're caught in traffic. We have even had a flag. Homeowners Association has installed an American flag. It looks great, but it was affecting our camera. So every time it was a windy day, it was activating that traffic signal and it disrupting the actual traffic pattern. So new equipment got installed, and I think we have addressed that signal, I hope. So what are some of our challenges? Again, we have 172 intersections, and I want to take this moment to really thank our traffic management group. That is 13 employees with the City of Beaumont who are responsible for maintaining these 172 intersections, in addition to the pavement markings and our traffic signs. And they are dealing with aging infrastructure and equipment. These modern components are expensive, so we are always looking at, budget constraints, and also having to balance reactive versus proactive maintenance. So the more reactive we are, the less proactive we can be. The more reactive we are, the less strategic we can be in targeting our upkeep of these signals. And of course, why do these traffic signals even matter? Well, we're trying to improve our roadway safety for the public, reduce the congestion and travel time, support economic activity, because if we want to attract drivers to certain corridors, commercial corridors, it's a high traffic count. We want to make sure that they have a safe and not frustrating experience getting to where they need to go, and overall enhancing the public's satisfaction. So what are we doing to make this better? We are continuing to work on our signal timing evaluations. We are looking at intersection-specific operational improvements, which I'll get into a few of those in just a moment. And we are working to install adaptive signal technology on our major corridors. And through that, we have applied for and received, or applied and been awarded, or continuing to just apply for various grants through TxDOT, through FHWA, to install this adaptive software on several corridors throughout the city. So 4th Street is one of those, Gladys. The New Highland project will have that as well. We're working through, and these are on various stages of award or implementation. We've also done Gladys from Edson to Central. I've got a lot of feedback. Calder from 14th Street to Main, Lucas Drive from East Tex Freeway to Bigner Road, and Washington Boulevard from 11th Street to MLK. And so we're currently under construction now with Dowling Road from Highway 90 essentially to East Tex Freeway. And upcoming grants will be College Street from Major Drive to Pine Street, 11th Street from Delaware to Finette Road, Major Drive from Highway 105 to Finette Road, and MLK from I-10 to US 69. So these are all, we either are pending execution or are complete or under construction. And I know we've brought some of these applications to council recently for acceptance. So then, what is the best way? How can we speed up our responses when we hear of a complaint? I strongly encourage our citizens to please report the issues to 311 first. It goes from the citizen to 311 to the technician. So there's no delay as it goes to the council member, through the executive office, to the director, to the division manager, to the technician. By all means, I don't want to discourage them from reaching out to council if that is your wish. However, I see you, Mr. Crenshaw. At the end of the day, to have the technician, to get the work order out there, to have the technician be contacted and reach out, because there is a hot spot happening in one particular part of town does not mean there's not another urgent issue happening in another part of town. Again, 172 signals that we are facing. Some common issues with the call-outs that we receive from our citizens: we don't get enough information. A caller can call in saying that the light is not working or that the light is not changing. We go out, we investigate the intersection, and without knowing what the specifics are, it does make it difficult to find the problem. Again, going back to the power failure issue, going back to the stop bar issue. Those are all things that are driver responsive, that are causing the intersection to not function properly. Another typical call is that only two or three cars are going through. And we found most occasions that the first car will wait a few seconds into that green phase to make sure nobody else is going to run that light before they advance. That eats into that green timing for that car to go forward. Then determining which direction needs to have priority is a continuing process, because we are always having to evaluate the traffic patterns. And one of the things that we run into is with the construction that happens around town, not just the state's construction, but also the city's, is, like I said, about the flow of water. People are going to find another way. And by them doing so, it is constantly modifying the patterns that we see of traffic. And so that is something that we are always a little bit behind, trying to catch up with what those changes are. Let's see. Yeah, so I mentioned about the shadow effect. That's one of the unusual things, the stop bar, and then the railroad preemptions. And so then our hotspot areas. So we were asked to speak on 4 particular intersections. The first one being 4th Street at Finette Road. So the Finette Road northeastbound has a left turn lane, but it does not have a dedicated left turn phase for the signal. And so we are evaluating adding a protected left turn phase. Hate to throw this one out there, but it is also an ideal candidate for a traffic circle. This intersection has 6 legs to it, and that's quite a bit. What has happened with the I-10 traffic, but also during the construction on Washington Boulevard, the public found that little piece of road as a cut through from Washington onto Finette Road. And so since that has taken place, that traffic count coming off of Washington into that intersection has increased dramatically. So it is one that we are evaluating for a protected left turn phase. The next intersection we were contacted is 4th Street at Sarah Street. The request is for the green light to rest on Sarah instead of 4th Street. 4th Street holds the higher traffic volume, and it especially does so with the I-10 project. Cars are bailing off 4th Street, they're bailing off at Finette Road. They're just trying to get away from the I-10 traffic, so they're coming onto the city streets. And so we the reality is 4th Street, since it holds the higher traffic volume, the green light is going to rest on Sarah. There was an issue with the camera on Sarah Street, and it was not detecting drivers on Sarah Street, especially at night. That camera has been replaced. Come on up here, Terry, I don't mind.
May I ask a question?
We want to wait till the end?
Might forget. Okay, I know what I already got notes.
All right.
Okay.
Page 4.
Yes. So our next intersection was 11th Street at Finette and Sarah. It's an awkward curved geometry where Finette Road is straight, but 11th into Sarah makes that curve. We are reevaluating the dedicated 4-way left turn phase. So currently only Finette Road right now has a dedicated left turn phase, but 11th Sarah do not. And so we are going to have to reevaluate that because that's based off the outdated pre-I-10 traffic studies. Now with the increase in traffic avoiding I-10, we're going to have to reevaluate that and see if we can add a dedicated left turn on 11th and Sarah Street. And then the next one is 11th Street at Washington. The railroad preemption does impact that timing. And also we have a lot of complaints about the louvered signals on 11th Street. But the reality is that these delays are strictly mandated by the Federal Railroad Authority for the track preemption requirements. And so, and we can dig into more detail on those intersections, but
Can I add something to the 4th and can you go back?
I'm gonna try. There we go.
4th and Sarah, the other situation was Beaumont United changed their school, at the end of school, exiting the school, so it's caused a lot more traffic on Sarah in the evenings. 4th Street from Calder to Sarah has adaptive software. It's not turned on yet. We're currently working to get that turned on, and that should take care of a lot of the issues there at 4th and Sarah with that increased traffic.
Thank you. And I know I'll get Councilman Durio, then Councilman Turner, and then if anybody else has any questions.
So on the one at 4th and Sarah, they were saying that the constituent said that it stays green a lot longer on 4th Street than it does on Sarah. And I know he lives right there on the corner. I'm pretty sure he sits on his porch and times it. So that was the problem with that one, because they say they have and he just said even with all that traffic coming out of the back of BU, so there is traffic going down Sarah Street towards 4th. So I mean, you said, how did you say that? Request to rest on green on Sarah?
That was my understanding, is that they preferred after school let out, after the school hours ended and the traffic coming out of BU has passed, that in the evenings that the resting green light then transitioned to Sarah instead of 4th Street.
I don't know, what they told me was that it stays basically they just said it stays green on Fourth Street a lot longer than it does on Sarah.
It's
Yeah.
programmed to stay green on Fourth, and then as traffic comes up on Sarah, it changes the light. Once the adaptive is turned on, it'll look at all four directions and change the light accordingly to let the most traffic through.
On, the one at Fournette and 11th, about the left turn signal, I think you addressed that because I got a lot of complaints, that they have a lot of accidents there because of what is it, only one left turn signal?
Yeah, the left turn signal is on Finette Road, and there's not a dedicated left turn on 11th and Sarah. And so we reached out to an engineering firm to take a quick look at these and evaluate the crashes that were out there. And that is one of the things is to review and get updated data now that we are dealing with the reality of the traffic trying to avoid the I-10 construction, and review that timing, and also look at maybe if we can, what that phasing needs to look like, but also to targeted enforcement for speed and signal compliance.
And also on, Fournette, Terrell Park Road, and Terrell Park Road on one side and Walden on the other side, people constantly run that light because it stays red for so long. The turn signal won't come on. I mean, I drive through there every day. I mean, I don't run it, but I see people running it. I see people running because and I've gotten calls about that because it just takes too long. They don't want to wait.
Right.
I don't know if y'all was able to check that one. And 23rd of Washington, same thing. They coming off of 23rd onto Washington, say it stays, that light on 23rd stays red. Well, folks in that neighborhood, they run that light because they sit there forever. Which I think you told me you went timed it once, but I still get calls about it. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I timed Walden at 124.
Okay, no, but I'm talking about 23rd and Washington.
But you're talking about 23rd in Washington.
Most of the time, that's related to a camera going out.
Okay.
And we send a technician out immediately. I know that particular intersection, we've changed the camera out. I don't know how long ago it was. The other complaint was on the other
the
side
other
of
direction.
23rd, coming out of that private business. They wanted a red light there. So that's been a lot of.
What, 23rd and Milam?
23rd at Washington.
23rd in Washington.
There's
Oh, okay,
there's
the
been a
other
lot of
side, okay.
requests because the ones coming from the south, that is actually a private driveway,
Yeah.
not a city street, and they are wanting a dedicated left
That's-
turn out of there.
That's a driveway by scooters.
And so part of the problem that was happening at Washington at 23rd is when TxDOT had Washington closed to one lane eastbound here recently, that was backing up that traffic, and I think was also messing with that preemption there, and was causing it to be very difficult for anybody to get a left turn out of there because the traffic was stacked so deep, because all that was getting funneled down into one lane. Since then, the road is now back open to 2 lanes eastbound, and it seems like the call volume has reduced since then. But it is one that continues to come up.
I think that's all that I have right now, but I will send an email if I need to get in touch with y'all. But thank you for this presentation and for being so responsive. I appreciate it. I just tell the constituents to call you.
Don't worry, they do.
No, I don't mind at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Turner?
Well, Councilman Durio, I see a lot of this work is in that Pearl Orchard area. You happened to send me to the neighborhood association, your spot one day. They beat me up kind of hard about some of these intersections. So I'm glad to see it's being addressed. But one of the things that's an immediate concern to me is these ideal traffic circle candidates. You know, in the Pearl Orchard area, that's a lot of our older residents. And when we start talking about taking away lights and they're operating.
No, it was one of those when we sat down with the consultant engineer, and they do work across a broader area of Texas. Because of the complexity of that intersection on a map, it looks good as an ideal candidate. That's not where I would recommend dropping the first one in the city of Beaumont. And as I explained to them, there would be there needs to be a whole. I don't want to say we're miles away. But we're a long way from dropping a traffic circle anywhere.
Yeah, we still get beat up about the one lane on Sarah Street and 4th Street, so I can only imagine the response to that circle in that particular community.
I just saw the mushroom cloud from that end of Pear Orchard, just even thinking about it. But yeah.
Yeah. And my second thing is the double light by the rail on Washington and 11th Street.
Yes, sir.
In theory, I'm not understanding. We have multiple rails throughout the city of Beaumont. Why is this one particular area targeted that way? Like I literally everywhere I go, I was stopped in HEB the other day about the double light at the rail on 11th Street in Washington.
There's only one answer, because the Federal Railroad Administration said so.
So my question is, how do residents and elected officials, can we either, I don't know if we can set up a meeting with the Federal Railroad, or can we get their contact information where they can hear how we feel about that?
So you could. But that's time you'll never get back. The reason that was put up is that they did a study that said that people were literally stopping. That's one of their highest fatality rates in particularly at night, but people were stopping over the track, or people would try to beat the light to get to the other side, to make the light on the other side before getting the train tracks. So that one is probably in place more for their protection than anything. It probably is a light that people run a lot.
I was just going to say
The
that.
people gonna go, but the reality is that it's a light that they run. So now, when they run that light, the railroad gets to say, you disregarded a red light, when they go to sue them for wrongful death or being hit by a train. So definitely you can have that meeting. Definitely be time that you wouldn't get back. I don't see that light being removed from a liability standpoint.
Well, and I understand that, and I appreciate you, Madam Attorney, but for me, I still rather my constituents be able to address them directly versus it coming to me. So if we can get some contact information for them, I will share it on my social media page and even get it to Corey.
Councilman Hilliard?
So my question is so we've got college and major, or 90 and major, Phelan and major, where we're doing our amazing quiet zone construction. Do we adjust the lights for that? Because it makes quite a long one line of cars. Do we adjust the lights when we have something like that going on, try to relieve some of that pressure?
Not normally. We would need to do traffic studies and find out what is the ideal timing needed. So currently, we would not go out just because of that particular area, because of the increase in those apartments and some commercial businesses going in. Traffic has increased. Mm-hmm. So we are, I know that's one of.
Well, and also too, the traffic that is on I-10 that is trying to get to East Tex Freeway is bailing off at Major to get away from the I-10 construction. So this, even though we have had traffic increases from the commercial development that is in that area, a large contributor of the increase is the traffic trying to avoid the I-10 construction. And it's kind of hard to overstate the impact that is having on overwhelming our system.
Okay, and then
Can I add something? Major Drive also has adaptive software that's going to be installed, and so does College.
okay,
And they both end at College and Major. So we believe that will make a huge difference once that is fully installed and running.
when will we have that fully installed?
Have that time frame.
Yeah, we can look at the projection to see when we think that could happen. Yep.
So, and one more thing, and it may not apply to this, but like new lights. They're at the Point Parkway intersection and Major Drive.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they've poured the cement. Is the plan still TxDOT to put a light up there?
We
Or
applied, yeah, we applied for that, to be able to install that signal in January. And so the foundations for those signals was constructed when Northwest Parkway was constructed. Why the signal was never put in back then beats me. That's when they should have done it. Here we are. We applied in January. Late last week, we got back the markups to our construction plans. So we're in the process of reviewing their comments. We'll make the revisions, resubmit it back. But what I've explained to TxDOT is that in our current CIP, we're scheduled for this fiscal year to install those improvements. So I'm trying to push them to approve our application so that we can get started on that construction, because ideally we would have this completed before the end of the fiscal year.
okay, thank you.
And Councilman Durio would like another opportunity. And then Councilman Crenshaw.
So also, I don't know if y'all looked at it though, but since they're doing this I-10 traffic, I-10 construction in the evening time, right at Cardinal and Fournette, I mean, the traffic is stacked all the way back to 11th Street right there.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was part of, so one of the conversations that we had, this consultant engineer is the acting traffic operations engineer for our Beaumont district. And that was something that since they're newer to the project, explained to them that when we were first notified of the I-10 project, our very first request was for them to include adaptive signaling on that corridor from I-10 at 11th Street all the way down 11th Street to Fournette Road, because we knew that traffic, every time they close I-10, that's where traffic is getting off, and to improve the flow through the city. And that was denied. So we really do need 11th Street to be adaptive all the way through there. But what we're seeing, and especially like that time that here recently where I-10 was closed in both directions and you had that multitude of wrecks. And if you went to the Google Street Map, the whole thing was red because it just collapsed our entire system as well. And it was just bumper to bumper traffic throughout the entire city. But the traffic impacts to our city streets is significant.
Well, I know you said you had the adaptive lights. That's what you have on 4th Street, the whole length of 4th?
It is installed. We are still refining that to get it up and running. So right now, we're still on recall timing.
I went from Calder and 4th all the way to Fournette and 4th last night and caught a green light all the way down.
Thank you.
That's
Glad
that
to hear
button
it.
you have in your car.
Glad to hear it.
Councilman Crenshaw?
Thank you. Molly, are the traffic signals on MLK adaptive?
No, not yet.
Okay. Just, I would say, the year I've been on council, probably the most frequent complaints that I get about traffic signals seems to come from MLK, either morning or mainly afternoon traffic. And I believe that's actually a route you travel.
Yes.
And you've made that comment before. And that's, people say we're sitting on MLK waiting on the light to change from Franklin or one of these intersecting streets, and there hasn't been one car, and we've just been sitting here. Why do y'all do this? And why don't the lights flow better? And do we have a time frame on when we might do adaptive traffic signals for MLK, considering that's such a popular route for people at 5 o'clock?
So that is we're waiting for the execution of the agreement with TxDOT. It's just shy of $850,000 to install the adaptive signaling on MLK, but that is a future, I don't know if it's an FY27 or an FY28 HSIP, but I can confirm that for you.
Is that 850 our money or TxDOT's money?
TxDOT's money.
Okay, so we basically need TxDOT to approve the 850 for us to switch to adaptive signals.
Yeah, we're pending the execution of that agreement.
Okay. And so we've done everything we can on our end. We're just waiting on TxDOT to approve it. We've submitted it and we're waiting for it.
Yes, sir.
And if possible, let's just say they approved it tomorrow, this would be something that would happen. The soonest would be in 2027.
I'd have to look at the details and how quickly we can procure and make it. If additional studies would need to take place in order to, because there is refinement that we don't just, it's not a plug and play system to do that refinement, but I can get that timeline for you.
Okay, and this would be from Cardinal Drive to I-10, is that the
Correct.
lane?
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, normally we ask you to follow up, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm going to follow up with TxDOT on that point and see what we can do about getting that approved and doing that. Because like I said, I try to focus on the issues that generate the most complaints. And
Sure.
to me, that seems to be an area, and it sounds like we're making some great improvements on Major and College and some of these other frequently traveled roads. A couple of weeks ago, we all met at TxDOT and had a great meeting about what we can do to improve the situation at RFD. And it looks like TxDOT is sort of taking more of the approach that there's nothing we can do immediately about RFD, so we want to make improvements to areas that we can make immediate changes to that would make RFD less of a cut through for people trying to go from 105 to the freeway. So, are you going to address that in your presentation later?
I knew this was going to come up.
Oh, okay, great. And so last week, I spoke with TxDOT, and actually I was able to speak to the vendor that sells the signals. And yeah, they said that the hardware that we have at 69 or 96 and and 105 is extremely outdated.
That's correct.
And it looks like we are getting a new piece of equipment that TxDOT is going to pay for.
That is our understanding. That was what they were going to recommend. So what I have on our screen is this is Highway 105 from Major Drive to East Tex Freeway. And what I wanted to point out is all of this area that has developed recently. So you've got the subdivisions that have built out along RFD Road. You can see the apartment complexes there, and you can see that there's no real good way to connect the roads that connect to RFD Road to any other road, Griffin Road perhaps, that could get you up and over to the Chin Road overpass. And one of the things that we discovered through the process of studying all of Highway 105 is that when the East Tex construction took place to enhance the feeder roads and main lanes of East Tex Freeway from basically Highway 105 north, traffic started finding an alternate route. Like I said, they're going to find another way. And what they found is RFD Road is this beautiful little cut through here. Well, I can see my pointer, sorry. Beautiful cut through to get from Highway 105 to the East Tex Freeway. And another pain point was the intersection of Highway 105 at US 69. And just like this Google image shows, all of this being under construction. So what do people do? We try to avoid the construction and the delays it causes. And one of the plans that they found is that Highway 105 eastbound, the outside lane is a right turn only. So it's a dedicated right turn to get you onto the East Tex feeder road. Instead, it should be able to do both. Both lanes should be able to go through plus have a right turn ability. And so TxDOT has offered to eliminate that little bitty island that impedes you right now from being able to go straight to get over onto Concord. But in order to do that, they found that the traffic signal equipment for those is, let's just say, outdated and not able to handle this new phasing. So once both of those lanes become eastbound all the way through that intersection, that opens up that traffic load of the traffic trying to go east that can then more easily go north or continue east. And so that's where TxDOT is assisting us with the removal of that island and updating the equipment in those traffic signals, and I think modifications to the striping
Timing schedule
and
striping.
and the striping to make the flow through this intersection less of a pain point and bring encourage traffic to use this intersection as opposed to winding their way back through RFD Road.
Great. And anyway, it looks like from that meeting, we've got some great ideas and a plan.
Yes, sir.
So I greatly appreciate you and your staff paying attention to that and doing what we can in the short term to try to alleviate some of the issues for RFD, even though, long term, maybe we could do a traffic signal, but it's not going to happen in the short term.
Correct. There's also going to be a project where TxDOT plans to restripe Highway 105 and reduce the lanes from 12 foot to 11 foot, which it doesn't sound like much, but traveling at those speeds, it does have a traffic calming measure because it's more confining and tends to cause drivers to slow down a little bit, and that is important to being able to safely navigate this part of town. Something I wanted to point out, so this was a screenshot from the Google Street Map at 12:30 this afternoon, and you're seeing where Major at Highway 105 is still a congestion area. And what ends up happening because of the inefficiencies at Major at Highway 105, that traffic will back up all the way up to RFD Road, further making a bad problem worse. And so that's where we're saying the pain point is at RFD Road, the problem being at Major at 105. So they're also looking at improving the striping there because the striping is just worn off. And they are also reevaluating the signal timing as well because of the influence of the traffic from avoiding I-10 to see what we can do to improve the flow through that intersection, to see what it can do to provide some relief to RFD Road.
Great. And then the last comment that I would make would be when people are talking about issues with traffic signals, and we are doing these upgrades with the adaptive signals, I think maybe it would really be of benefit to our citizens if your department got with the communications department, and maybe we do start doing like a short video showing the adaptive intersections that now have adaptive signals and how it's improved and how things are getting better. Because I know you said at one point during your presentation, our goal is to make when people come to Beaumont, they, want to have a pleasant experience with traffic. And unfortunately, that's just not the reality that we're dealing with today. Beaumont is sort of perceived as a nightmare on traffic. And I know that that's in no way am I pointing fingers and saying who's at fault for that, but it's just kind of the reality of what we've got. And so as we do make gains and as we do make improvements, I would, because traffic is such a significant issue that people are talking about, I would like to see your department and the communications department maybe have more synergy there in trying to celebrate some of our improvements and wins, even if they're minor, to show people that we're doing that. That's a lot of what I've been doing, and it is very well received by the citizens and by taxpayers. So I think that it would help your department with communication if we were to do that.
Well, something that I want something to underscore the impact of the highway construction on the city of Beaumont is the increase in vehicle crashes since the beginning of the I-10 project. So we have had roughly about almost over a 40% increase in our crashes. And this is.
And that's in crashes on Interstate 10?
In Beaumont. within the city limits of Beaumont.
Just within the city limits, not just limited to our freeways. That's within the city of Beaumont, we're doing a 40% increase.
Yes. And so with
Including
the,
the freeways?
so we have there with the, when I talk about the disruption to the traffic patterns, the changes, work zone, safety requirements, which there's going to be the National Work Zone Safety is doing an awareness push in the next week or two. These are all factors in our driver safety. So, in 2021, we had just over 3,000 traffic crashes within the city limits of Beaumont. 2025, we were over 4,400 crashes. So that is an important increase. So, like I said, we are in a bit of a reactive phase because the traffic that normally would be on I-10 onto East Texas Freeway is now trying to find other ways to get from point A to point B. And, a lot of these roads may or may not have been set up to carry these additional vehicle counts. So we are still, we're reacting, we're doing everything that we can, and we are continuing to look at engaging experts in this area to see what we can do. We lean incredibly heavily on Terry and his team to address a lot of these issues. I think it's important because that's 13 people that are handling this work that is helping keep our city safe. And these partnerships with TxDOT are critical, and thank you to Councilman Crenshaw for helping us with that. But it is a joint effort, and so we are enlisting all the help that we can to make our roads as safe as possible.
And my last comment, Mayor, Molly, if you had one thing to ask this council that we could do for you in the next 3 to 4 months to help your department, other than just, yes, we need more money. Is there an additional position? Is there an additional, and I hate to put you on the spot about this, but I'm just wondering, is there an item that isn't currently, that you've requested that we could come in that you've now seen need shift over the last couple of months?
We've had a lot of shifts in our needs. We are evaluating what grant funding is coming, what the timing is of that funding, what expertise do we need to engage. So it's still a work in progress. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific request right now.
Think you could use a consultant?
Well, we are evaluating those, and we have put together a request for qualifications that we will be publishing soon to engage a pool of traffic consultants. We've made contact with a few firms that have really provided some valuable insight, and so I want to continue those conversations.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was very anti-consultant before I got elected to this position, and after sort of getting to be more familiar with the inner workings of TxDOT, I figured out how efficient and effective the consultants are
Right.
with TxDOT, and sometimes it's kind of the only way you get things done around there. And so
They understand that world and the nuance that is involved in navigating through that, but also too, a lot of these firms have since they have a broader scope, they have more experience, they are able to bring to us best practices that maybe we have not considered in the past. And so I would like to be able to reject ideas just because they aren't a good fit, traffic circle, looking at you, or or things that we haven't considered yet. And so I'm definitely open to exploring those ideas.
thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Duria.
Two things. One, I just got a text asking how about more blinking left turn signals at more intersections. Would that help?
Well,
I've seen those. They have the blinking.
If the traffic study, if the data supports it, the traffic flow supports it, then that is something that we can consider. And so these areas that are being impacted with the higher traffic counts, definitely will evaluate them. It does become it just takes a little time and somebody to sit down and put pencil to paper.
And I've noticed you said traffic circle a few times. What's the history with that?
Not great. That is something that's becomes more of a, you have to have that experience with it. We don't. There's there were ideas to install one at the intersection of Chin and East Tex, and TxDOT ended up scrapping that idea. There was ideas to, 11th Street at College used to be a traffic circle, and I think we have the variety of memories of how effective that was, good, bad, and different. But it is something that would probably be better to be dropped out in a smaller intersection with less risk to our public that does not doesn't have experience in navigating them, and then have that broader conversation. They work effectively in other parts of Texas. They are known to reduce crashes, but the traveling public needs to know how to safely navigate it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just on them in Missouri City this past weekend. They work great.
Yes, and so the reason why I'll throw up Finette at 4th Street. This is by no means, we are not exploring putting it in there. I just threw that out there, regretting it now. So 4th Street goes north and south. Finette Road comes from the northeast to southwest. You have Euclid, and then you have Finette Road coming off with 2 legs. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lanes of traffic. And so it makes for a complicated intersection. And so when I mentioned that small piece of Finette Road between 4th Street and Washington Boulevard, when all the construction was happening for Washington and then again for 4th Street, and now with I-10, especially our heavy truck traffic has come to understand that they can make that little turn right there on Finette Road, avoid the 11th at 4th Street signal, and just shoot down Finette Road to get to Cardinal Drive and then get to where they want to go. And so that was not a factor as heavy of a factor when we did the traffic counts, when we designed 4th Street, but now that the reality has changed, we're going to reevaluate it.
I'm good.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
And our last presentation before we move on to public comments will be about the Beaumont Library and Children's Museum feasibility study presented by Michelle Landeville and Amy Sibley with Komatsu Architecture. And Miles will do an introduction.
Yeah, I'll just do a brief introduction, give context to kind of bring you guys up to speed while they're doing a presentation today. Thank you for your service. This is my last time standing here seeing you to my left, so that's pretty cool. But today, Komatsu is the consulting group that will be doing a presentation on the feasibility study. We worked both with the Beaumont Library and the Children's Museum. This was an agreement that we came to. The contract was split 50-50, so I did want to give an opportunity for Amanda to come up and speak before Komatsu does the presentation on the feasibility study and just give you guys context on why we got to this point.
That was a surprise. He didn't warn me of that one. Thank y'all so much. I'm very happy to be working with Mr. Edie and Miles. It has been a very educational time frame to be able to learn more about the downtown library building and the programs and the possibility of how the programs could be integrated to create a successful venture for our citizens here in Beaumont, Texas. I know that there's a lot to be able to share and a lot to learn, but also a lot to think about for the future of how this could impact downtown Beaumont, Beaumont citizens, and services that can be provided to our people as a great quality of life enhancement and access to different things that they might not have had access to before.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, thanks. So we worked really long with both entities, very long time work with both of the boards. We presented to them, and we just looked at one site. That was the starting process. Really was just look at the site that you see on the screen and see if the idea of both entities being in one space was feasible. And so that's the purpose of today's presentation and to give you guys context. So we'll bring up Amy and Michelle to do the presentation.
Advance the slides up here. Did you do it? Okay. Let's go ahead and advance to the first. So we're just going to briefly walk through the process that we went through real quick, and then I'll let Michelle kind of get into the details of what we discussed. But we were hired by the city of Beaumont to investigate the feasibility. So we didn't create a design. This is literally a feasibility study to see if it worked to combine the two functions into the existing library building. The existing library building has some issues that need to be updated if we proceed going on with this. And so we have incorporated those. We've also developed a cost estimate as a result of our study that we'll show you here in a few minutes. But if you don't mind going to the next one again. So again, this existing building, our goal was to get the two entities in the same building. In both cases, both entities are making some compromises of things to get in. We investigated go with the next one there. We did questionnaires. We did like some space typicals that we developed for typical office sizes and exhibit sizes. We had like discussion topics that we went through with both agencies. We had numerous meetings with both agencies. We developed basically around 14 iterations of the plans of ideas that we could do. What we're going to show you today is the most preferred option of all of that. And then we also created like a visual, from the discussions that we had, these are visual programming documents that kind of show of the kind of the base things that everybody needed to be to make this building work. So just know that this is not what everybody wanted. They would like to have more in the building, but we had to kind of limit it to what we could fit within this existing building. So I'll let you, I mean, the building, I don't know how familiar everybody is. I know it's right across the street here, but you come in on a street level, then you go up to one level, and then you go down to a next level. So I'll let you kind of go through the requirements.
So after many meetings, the team was able to make some concessions. So each team conceded certain areas and certain space requirements, and then they conceded which areas they could share. So for instance, shared restrooms, shared break rooms for staff, and things like shared classrooms. And so as you enter the entry level, so that's the bottom plan on this slide, that main area would go to the library. And again, these are very schematic. These are not actual design documents. This is just looking at space requirements and where they could fit, what they could agree on. So what we're looking at, the blue area would be the library's sitting area or shelving area. At the center, we have circulation and ticketing for the library as well as the Children's Museum. As you go up the stairs to Plan North, the light yellow, you see library, youth, and children's area. And then there's a shared sitting area at the center. You would go Plan South and go into the Children's Museum. And the darker yellow portion is exhibit space. And at the center portion of it all, you see staff work areas, private offices, as well as storage and workshop areas for the Children's Museum. And with that center area above it would be a mezzanine. So that would be delegated to the Children's Museum for exhibit space. It would be open and it would potentially be hung from the structure above. And then in the basement / lower level of the building, we have the center portion being allotted to the library. So it could be sitting or bookshelving area. We have public restrooms at the center area as well as family toilets. We've got a calm room for children that are overstimulated that could be used by both the library and the Children's Museum. And then we have the lighter green areas would be shared classroom, flex areas for the two entities to share. And then we have literacy study and conference rooms in the smaller green circles or bubbles that you see. Plan East, we have a work area for the library staff, as well as private offices that spoke off of that work area. And then tech services is where they repair books for the entire library system. That remains. It does get smaller slightly for a relocated electrical closet. The HVAC closet is at the northeast corner. That will remain unchanged, although electrical would will need to be significantly updated in the building. And then there are two storage closets that the library would utilize for their various functions. One to the northwest and then one to the southeast. And then a shared break room is that pink skinny bubble to the plan southeast. So the existing library square footage is not quite 30,000 square feet. And then if we look at the various portions that are delegated to each area, we've got the library to receive around 11,600 square feet. The museum would receive around 12,100 square feet, and then they would share a total of 9,200 square feet. With the added new mezzanine, the whole total square footage of the building would be around 30,000 square feet. 33,000 square feet, excuse me. And then we worked with a cost estimator. We have some high-level bullet points from that, just saying that they used standardized materials and things like that to come up with this estimate. The building needs significant updates to bring it up to code. It has a lot of site work that would need to be done to add things like egress and also just to repair the existing site. The roof would need to be replaced. The electrical HVAC system need to be replaced. They're all quite
End of life.
old.
They're all pretty much at end of life.
Yep. And the building was built around 1972. So it comes in around 16 million is the estimate that we got to repair and do the upgrades and then do the new build, which does not include all of the small designed features that the museum would also put in. And then we do have a finish narrative included in there. This is not gold plated. These are pretty typical for things like museums and libraries. So we have that included in this presentation, and then the feasibility report has this as well, just with typical materiality and construction types for this type of occupancy. And then, so to reiterate some of the big ticket items that are driving the cost of this, total roof replacement, mechanical system would need to be replaced. The bathrooms and plumbing all need to be replaced and redone, even to meet code, and then also because they're quite old. And then the elevator, it would need to have a third stop for the mezzanine. And then the site work, there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We've shown 2 images. That is everywhere around the building, the separation that is going on. And then the basement leaks. So every time there's heavy rains, or especially in a hurricane, the building has significant leakage. So that all needs to be mitigated.
So this cost not only combines the 2 entities, it also brings the building up to current day standards.
Right. Any questions?
Councilman Durio.
Have anyone consulted or spoken with members of our library committee on this?
Yes, we had extensive interviews with both directors and their staff, and then we made presentations and got feedback from both their boards as well.
So they were both okay with this?
Yes, I mean, like I said, I don't think either entity got exactly what they wanted initially going into this, but as a compromise, getting the building into there, I think we basically met all their needs. I think it's going to change the library's approach to their services in this building, but I think the combination, that's one of the reasons we put the children's library up next to the kind of the exiting of the museum, because there's some synergy there with kids going through the museum and then exiting into the library. So it possibly could bring some more patronage into the library as well.
What's wrong with the current Children's Museum, the location?
My understanding is they're basically lost their lease.
They need to find a new home and they would like more space. Amanda can probably speak to
The
that.
current Children's Museum is located in the Beaumont Civic Center.
No.
And so they are growing and outgrowing. They do lease that property from the city through a lease. There were talks about expanding and renovating the Civic Center, and so that would obviously be a disruption to their organization.
Okay.
Councilman Williams, Councilman Crenshaw, Councilman Turner.
Do you have any idea of the impact it would have on foot traffic as far as increase?
We didn't do any actual studies on that because our feasibility basically was just to see if the 2 entities would fit. But our thinking is that, yes, it probably would increase. Obviously, the museum has pretty good attendance in that. The library is focusing more on servicing the whole district, or the whole system, I should say. Even though they have a quite nice area up in the library, the upper level, they have all their children's areas and their collections and stuff. It's a quite nice space. But I think the synergy between the two might help bring more patrons. I couldn't give you a count on that, but I think it would help the count.
Councilman Crenshaw?
Maybe I missed it. Is there a cost estimate to do this?
Yes.
Million.
This is just the summary section of it, but in the report that
missed
we
it.
provided, there's detail.
And then on the basement, this isn't the first time we've heard about city buildings downtown with basements with problems. The current basement is not being utilized?
It is being utilized by the library, yes.
And what do they,
They've got storage in there, they've got some staff areas in there, they've got their technical area where they repair books, so they have some offices where they're doing some literacy training.
okay. And does it have seepage and leaks like we're having with the other buildings because we decided to do basements right next to a river?
Yes, and I think again, the building systems in general are at life end, so I think that's why we're suggesting, and we have priced in there to just replace all the building systems.
Okay. Did you look at a cost of what it would take to get the Children's Museum into the Beaumont Library?
We did not address any kind of moving
without
costs.
spending 16 million, like maybe just a temporary solution?
We would have to update the building because the building as it is now does not have enough exiting. So that's part of the cost of this.
If you look at it at the existing, if we click back to the existing floor plans, I can show you there's entrances on the main level, the entry, and then there's only one exit out of the basement. There's no exits on the east end of the building. So in 1972, when this was built, it met code. In today's world, it does not meet code. So moving a bunch of children into this building without having proper exits would not be something I would recommend.
Okay.
And you probably wouldn't even be able to have.
Basically, y'all's position is that this is not possible unless we spent the 16 million?
I think it's possible with a cost, yes.
But not without the 16 million.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, this is an estimate based on schematic drawings. So once the design takes place, that cost may fluctuate, but this is based, I mean, we do this all the time. It's a basic cost for, and our estimator is a professional. That's what he does for a living. He estimates things. We gave him a list of here's what we think the level of finish will be in the building. We didn't gold plate anything, but we did make it durable and acoustically sound and that sort of thing. So yes, I think I mean, based on we do a lot of libraries and museums, and these costs seem in line with what we're seeing.
And is this the only building that you looked at?
That was all that was in our scope.
So the feasibility study was limited specifically to the Beaumont Library that was requested, and the city did not extend to other additional buildings because that was not something that was proposed by council.
That's all I have.
All right, Councilman Turner?
Would the Children's Museum be losing square footage, or is it additional square footage based upon what they currently have? What did they have in the Civic Center?
As memory serves, it is around 9,000 to 10,000 square feet, so they are gaining. If we go back to.
Yeah, they're gaining about 3,000 square feet netly, I think. Yeah, they got like 9,200 and they'll have, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. That's on the existing. On their existing space, I want to say it's 92 or 9,300 square feet. And in the new facility, they'll have like 12. So they're gaining square footage.
But that does not include, they'll also be using shared classrooms. So they're actually gaining a lot more than 12,000. 12,000 is dedicated just to the museum.
Because in their total square footage now, they have classrooms, they have toilet rooms, they have offices and sort of that sort of thing. So now most of that, the offices are still going to be theirs, and we're showing those underneath that new mezzanine that we're talking about. But all the classrooms and stuff like that are outside of their number now. So they are gaining square footage for sure.
Yeah, and I'm more than confident we can kind of workshop this and get some numbers that could be more feasible, or something that could be more sustainable for the council. I'm more than confident we can look at additional options. My second concern was originally, this came about when there was discussion of the hotel convention center. We know what happened with the election. So this was one of the results of that, just kind of proactively seeing how we would go about it if it came about. I know
That's actually not 100% accurate. The Children's Museum has been looking to, they've outgrown their space. So that was only the election that was like a catalyst for council to act. But the Children's Museum has been actively looking for a bigger space for a long time, probably 2 years.
because I know at one point we discussed Terrell Park too, so I know it has been in negotiation, but again, multi-factors going into the decision. My last thing is, I hate to rain on the parade of a good day, but me as a council member, I have serious concerns with some of our facilities being out of code, and we give some of these entities and buildings issues when it comes to code enforcement running a business. You know, I know whether it be a restaurant, whether it be industry, me personally, I'm not okay with that.
So the building is not deficient. If you do a project, and I'll let Demi jump in or Director Eamon jump in at any point, but when you do renovations or augmentations to a building, even within the city, you're required to bring it up to the current existing code. So at the time the building was built, it's fine and it's stable. If we went around to all of these historic buildings in Beaumont and said, hey, by the way, it's 2016 and I know this building was built in the 1930s, but we need you to go ahead and update it, you'd have a lot of problems. So the buildings are fundamentally sound. It's when you start doing renovations to the building, it's that you're required to bring the building up to full code.
So kind of grandfathered in, but I just want to be mindful of that wordplay, out of code. That could be a big concern to people watching, specifically people in the business sector who have to open their businesses.
Yeah, and again, like she said, this building was built to code. It's just in today's world, if we go in and make these changes, we would have to bring it up to current code.
Which currently exists throughout the city.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that, I'm sorry.
Councilman Hilliard, then Councilwoman Sherwood.
Go ahead.
Okay.
My question was more about it being specifically geared towards the library. In the 2 years that we've been looking for a place that the museum has outgrown, did we consider other sites before we honed in on this? I heard him mention Terrell Park, but is there a list of other locations that were not a part of this process?
So this scope was limited to the library originally for two reasons. One is, as was mentioned, there was a concern from the Children's Museum that they were, again, needing additional space. And the other thing is mentioned is they were concerned about the long-term future at the Civic Center, given some of the things that were going on and being discussed a year ago. So specifically, it was whether or not the Children's Museum and the main library could coexist at that building. And that was the scope that was given to this consultant, and that's what they looked at. Now, having said that, the Children's Museum is a separate nonprofit. It is not of the city. And so we have in the past had discussions with them about some other buildings in the city. And any of that would be on the table, especially if it's a city property. But having said that, have they looked at other buildings? I don't know, but we can certainly ask Amanda.
And I can add, if Amanda's left, that with the prior council, they had, they contributed to this consultation, I believe, to the tune of $50,000 for these consultants to come in. And that was where they were looking for. And I know that they had much conversations about other buildings.
Let me add a little more to it. Myself and Amanda, we've talked with Chris about this because this obviously is a high ticket item, 16 million. We knew that, that we would have to reevaluate how we go about this moving forward. So we've discussed the idea of what that could look like, whether that's another space, whether that's a ground up, whether this is a public-private partnership. We're not at that stage today, so we didn't want to divulge any information to give that out, but we're going to continually meeting. This is not the end of it. This is just the end of the scope of work that was presented to the consultant. So they were given a specific assignment around this particular facility, so they want to provide an update on that. Moving forward, we can look at what this looks like, maybe another space or something of that nature. We still are meeting internally to decide what that looks like, so we don't want to bring that information today, but just so you kind of have a concept. We're not stopped working, but just to give you context on today's presentation.
And I do want to remind our council just that it's 3:00 and we've got a lot more business and we hadn't even gotten to our consent agenda yet. So we can continue on it, but it is going to put us here for a while. So, Councilman Hilliard, did you have some? There's clearly going to be coming back to us with additional.
Well, have we thought about what the cost of the city is going to be to remodel the existing rooms at the Civic Center, and what kind of cost there will be if we lease those or rent those, to see if there's an offset? Because I'm assuming we're going to plan to take those rooms back over, clean them up, and then rent them, is what we used to do. It'll also give the Civic Center more bathrooms that otherwise were taken by the Children's Museum. So I would love to see a cost, based on lease and based on projected revenue from rental of, what we used to get, what projected may be. See if we can see some offsets, because, if we can spend $16 million and still make money doing it and reintroduce kids to reading, because I know that it was a big deal for us to go to the bookstore and play and read. And so, it's a chance to reintroduce kids to books rather than, cold tablets. So
The Children's Museum, like many of the other museums in the city, was located in a city building and paid a nominal fee for their lease. So that is not a profit-generating business for the city. The Art Museum, the Energy Museum also.
But significantly different than the other museums. We actually pay money, the other ones don't.
Definitely significantly different, but it's not a market rate lease.
Right, that is true.
That's it.
Thank you. And for those that are here for the presentations and you'd like to leave, certainly now's the time to do so. I'd like to also say that at the close of the work session, so we will be coming back down after executive session. We will recess into executive session after the work session as seen on the agenda. Consider matters related to discuss or deliberate economic development negotiations in accordance with section 551.087 of the Government Code, to wit specifically Neighborhood Empowerment Zone Economic Development Incentive related to 3633 Street, James Boulevard property, Neighborhood Empowerment Zone Economic Development Incentive related to 3479 Street on James Boulevard property, Neighborhood Empowerment Zone Economic Development Incentive related to 3475 Street, James Boulevard property, and Neighborhood Empowerment Zone Economic Development Incentive related to 3250 Fannin Street, Behavioral Health Facility Redevelopment and Expansion, and Chapter 380 Economic Development Incentive Agreement with Beaumont 194 LLC. And now we're going to move into public comments.
On those, if I may be mistaken, but isn't that supposed to be St. James Boulevard, not James?
It's not written that way right now on my.
Mayor, it is supposed to be St. James.
All right, that was St. James. So I apologize for the error. Thank you. And now we're going to begin public comments. And
Dora Nisby, 4520 Corley Street, Beaumont, Texas.
And I do want to remind people that when you come to the mics, you will have 3 minutes, and council will not be able to respond from the dais to your comments at this time. We will follow up with you.
Thank you. My name is Dora Nisby at 4520 Carly Street in Beaumont. And today I'm representing the Library Commission for the city of Beaumont, of which I am the chair appointed by you. I would like to answer the question that Mr. Durio mentioned, asked about the survey, the feasibility of the joint use of the Children's Museum and the library. His question was someone on the committee questioned or interviewed about this? My answer is no. No one talked to me about it from the feasibility study. I'm in constant touch with the library's staff, but no one from this feasibility unit talked to anyone on the commission. I do want to thank the commission, the council, for your interest and your participation in looking into the feasibility of this joint operation. And I look forward to the conclusion, and I know that you will look for the best interest of all the people in Beaumont. And we are all concerned about the situation in downtown Beaumont, where some of these vacant buildings could be renovated for new use. So I don't know if anyone has looked at that consideration or not, but we are very, very pleased and very honored to have the outstanding library system that Beaumont has. And many, many other cities would like to have this library system that we are pleased to have. And I would plead with the city council to consider the library services. We would like to go forward, increase, improve, but not reduce. We would not want to reduce any of our services to accommodate other services. But if anyone in this feasibility committee would like to talk to someone on the library committee, I would be happy to talk to them. And thank you so very much for considering the use of the facilities and the services of all of the citizens of Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you. Timed that perfectly.
Kevin Chance, 932 West Lucas, Beaumont, Texas.
I sat too long. Mayor, councilman, appreciate y'all giving us an opportunity to speak today, but I'm not going to speak about where we came for initially, and that was abatements, tax abatements, because I think y'all have moved that decision to your next meeting. Am I correct? Okay. But I did have one other thing I want to talk about, and that was Maria Gomez. Some of you may not be familiar with Maria Gomez. She is a 25-year employee with Catherine and Company, or was, until November. She was picked up by ICE, reporting to her annual reporting requirement in Houston. Without any due process, all her paperwork was complete, everything was fine. And it was not just her, she was not singled out. She was picked up along with many others who had shown up to do what they had been doing for years. And that is what they were asked to do by Customs Enforcement. No due process, which is a constitutional right for anybody that lives in the United States. And I do want to commend Councilman Crenshaw. He actually posted about this situation about a month after she had picked up on his social media account. And I really just wanted to remind everybody that she is still being held over, to my understanding, a facility over in the Conroe area. And we can call our council, well, I'm not going to call you. We can call our congressmen, we can call our senators, we can call anybody that you think has sway over the federal government. Fivecalls.org is one of the great ways that you can do that. And I want you to know this is not a political statement. This is a constitutional statement. It's our constitutional right that we have due process. Councilman Crenshaw, he's an attorney. He can speak of due process much better than I could. But it is something that everyone that exists, lives in the United States has a right to. And I got 25 seconds left. So I would ask that anyone here, council, mayor, anyone here would reach out to your congressman and ask that they do something to make sure that Maria is returned back to her family. Mother of 3 daughters. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dean Tucker, 2550 Long Avenue, Beaumont, Texas.
Pleasure to be here. Dean Tucker, 2550 Long Avenue, Beaumont. Mayor Weston, City Council. Like I said, super happy to be here and speak. This was a crazy, amazing Saturday. Blew my freaking mind. Got news. You may not have heard about this, but probably most of you had. And this has not happened in 100 years in this country. And it's going to make a profound difference in the future of this country. This past Saturday was an historic day in this country when President Donald Trump signed an executive order accelerating access to psychedelic drug therapies. His main focus right now is to support the veterans who have now been struggling, who are now struggling with depression, addiction to opioids, and PTSD, as well as suicide tendencies. That several of these psychedelic medicines have been considered breakthrough therapies for many veterans that have been forced to go out of this country to go to other countries to be able to freely use these powerful healing substances in therapeutic settings. The main psychedelics that Trump is mostly promoting right now is the therapeutic use of ibogaine and psilocybin and MDMA, all amazingly powerful and healing. This is a drastic change from the policies of the last 56 years, which the last policies of the last 56 years was to suppress any research on these remarkable medicines and to arrest people possessing or using any of these healing agents. As a nation, we really need to take a close look at these laws that make a crime out of healing. Wasn't it Jesus who clearly told his disciples to heal the sick among you? I say, let's seize this moment in time and stand up for our natural right to support healing and wellness in this country. This is already a multi-billion-dollar industry. Governor Abbott, I said 50 billion was said, it was 50, I made a mistake, 50 million Governor Abbott has dedicated to ibogaine, a plant from Africa that has extraordinary healing properties. And the federal government is committing $50 million to people that there must be some way we can learn how to research this in this city. This is a great sound. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry that can help this city. Amazing.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Judith Cobbett, 2550 Long, Beaumont, Texas.
Mayor West and City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. I first moved to Beaumont from Louisiana in 1950 when I was 10 years old. I'm now married to Dean Tucker, who just spoke to you, and we've been married for 32 years. I was the first female dentist in Texas, having graduated in 1966 67 and had a very successful practice in Beaumont for around 38 years. From the time Dean and I got married, we both had a mutual interest in studying various healing techniques, such as meditation, yoga, prayer, proper nutrition, and healthy diets. We were both delighted when President Trump has this past Saturday signed an executive order accelerating access to psychedelic drug therapies. Certainly support my husband's passion in bringing and helping to implement these profound healing techniques to this area. We both agree that this could go a long way toward making this community more prosperous, healthier, and safer. Thank you for listening and considering this significant issue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tony Renfro, 6110 Bankston Lane, Beaumont, Texas.
I feel like a 1965 Beer Glacé. Wait, hold the cam, hold on. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Renfro, and I am here, and I am honored to speak today not only on my own behalf, but also as a representative of Southeast Texas Minority Alliance, as we recognize the outstanding service of Mr. Kenneth Williams. Serving as city manager of Beaumont is not a small responsibility. It requires vision, discipline, and ability to bring people together. Even in challenging times, Mr. Williams has exemplified all these qualities and more. His leadership has been defined by consistency, accountability, and a deep commitment to moving our city forward. Under his guidance, Beaumont has navigated growth, change, and challenge with strength and resilience. He has not only focused on operational excellence, but also on building a stronger connection between city leadership and the diverse communities we serve. That matters because representation, inclusion, and engagement matters, and his work reflected that understanding. What makes great leadership stands out is not just what gets done, but how it gets done. Mr. Williams led that with integrity, professionalism, and with respect for the people of this city. Those are qualities that leave a lasting impact far beyond any single project or policy. As he retires, we recognize not just a career, but a legacy, one of service, delegation, and meaningful progress. On behalf of myself and the Southeast Texas Minority Alliance, we thank you, Mr. Williams, for your years of outstanding service. Beaumont is a better place because of your leadership, and your impact will continue to be felt for generations to come. And with that closing, great leaders don't just manage cities, they shape the futures. And because of your leadership, Beaumont's future is stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Sean Proctor, 4680 Jan Carr Drive, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, everyone on the staff. Again, my name is LaShawn Proctor, 4680 Jan Carr Drive here in the city. Again, I just came for Mr. Williams to basically say thank you, Mr. Williams, for all that you've done for me and some of the companies that I have. One thing that I say about Mr. Williams in meeting him, and I thank AJ, because AJ introduced me to Mr. Williams when he first came, and the council that was here prior to even giving him an opportunity. Because one thing I do understand is being from the outside, coming to Beaumont, of course, making a change for yourself and your family, coming here not knowing what you was going to be faced with. but coming in then just taking hand in helping us to make this city better. So one thing that I say to you is thank you. Because again, you understand some of the challenges that I had, you know what I'm saying, coming into the city and just having an open door, just having someone to sit down and listen, just having to have someone to sit down and say, hey, this is an opportunity to have. I just want to thank you for that because prior, I did not have that. And that's just me speaking. And a lot of times I think other people may not have had that either. But I do want to say thank you because it meant a lot. It meant a lot to me to say that, you know what, you have an opportunity for someone that's just going to listen. You have an opportunity that someone is going to do things to have it to be an even playing field. Because even for me, a lot of times in things that I was doing, city contracts, and some of you all know the things that I had and the challenges that I had, and just how it went to just try to do business with the city. And I felt that I was always not given a fair shake. But I do say to you, when that happened and you opened the door and you did some things to just let me have a seat at the table, to be able to just have my voice heard, to have my concerns heard, and to put things into place to say that if something went wrong with the contract or something went wrong, then we had an opportunity to be able to just put that out there and be heard and have a chance to rectify whatever it was. Again, prior to you, I did not have that. And I just want to say to you, I think you've done a great job for this city. I know for me, speaking along for me and myself and the people that believe in me, you've done a great job for us. And again, not to take anything away from anyone coming behind you, but again, sometimes when standards are set in anything that we do, we just hope, I just hope, even to Mr. Boone, and I know Mr. Boone, but not had the opportunity to really sit down, but I just say that I just pray that we have an open door process, you know what I'm saying, and the things that we've done. And I just want to say, I can't say it enough. Thank you for what you've done for me. Thank you for what you've done for my family, you know what I'm saying, outside of them not even knowing that it was done. But just the help that has been provided to us. And again, I just think as a city manager, you've done a great job. I hope you enjoy your retirement, be able to do the things that you want to do, able to do, take your wife on vacations and whatever it is that you all are going to do. But thank you for coming to Beaumont, and thank you for helping us with this city. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Terry Roy, 1050 Ashley, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney. First off, I want to congratulate Mr. Boone on becoming Beaumont's new city manager. I know that you'll do great. And for Mr. Williams, there's not many words I can say about you, but you've done things for Beaumont that I haven't seen done in a long time, in just 3 years. And I'm the type of person, I don't look at the big things that people do. I look at the small things that's been done, like the pipe bursting over on Grand Street and Pine. Those things matter to a lot of people. And I'm one of those people because I live in that area. And it's not enough thank yous that can go out to you today. But I just want you to know that I appreciate you. Everything you've done for me, all the emails you've answered when you didn't have to answer them, I appreciate it. And I'm sure it's been a lot of them, but I do it because I love the city, and I know you do what you do because you love the city. And also, they have some houses that's going to come up on St. James, and that's my old neighborhood in Tripe City. I'm hoping that all that goes smooth for Mr. Diamantis and his partner. And Mr. Williams, thank you. Thank you for everything you've ever done.
Thank you.
Larry Gauthier, P.O. Box 20042, Beaumont, Texas.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, what have you. I don't have much to say, very little. First of all, let me say a great presentation by the traffic work that they've been doing. Lets me know that I have other people that's looking out when I'm driving. One of the issues that came up was about the circle. Well, I'm against it. Walgreens on College Street, if you're coming out of Walgreens headed east and someone comes around that circle on College Street east, you're talking about someone that's fixing to have a wreck, and they're going to be putting their vehicle in your door very quickly. I've had to make several right turns just to get away from the traffic that was about to run into me. And as far as traffic, if they get off at 4:00 p.m., they cannot get home at 2 p.m. Slow down. People drive too fast. I don't know what it is. And the other little subjects I spoke with in the past was dirty electricity and abuse. Abuse, if it is not solved, then it is still there centuries later. Thank you very much, and y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
Aaron Reynolds Jr., 6945 Salida Drive, Beaumont, Texas.
To our mayor, city council, city staff, I want to express my gratitude, Mr. Kenneth Williams, for the years of service that you rendered here in Beaumont. There are not enough words to express or to voice the appreciation that we have for you. Thank you for being accessible. Thank you for being transparent. Now, to some in Beaumont, look at you as a employee of the city. We look at you as family. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
I think it's Reniqua Trevine or Trevine Griffin, 3215 Yasmin, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon. My name is Reniqua Twine Griffin, and I'm currently the Assistant Director at BISD Transportation Department. And with transportation, we transport nearly 1.5 of the students to and from school each day. Lowering or eliminating bus fares is a simple way to support our students and our families. Affordable public transit helps ensure students to have an alternative mode of transportation to and from school safely and consistently. Reducing or eliminating fares would help one of our biggest obstacles, which is attendance. I encourage you to consider reducing or eliminating fares for students as an investment in Beaumont's future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And David Moore, 5990 Longwood, Beaumont, Texas.
Mayor, City Council, staff, and to the City Manager. I come before you today simply to say, Mr. Manager, when you came here, I welcomed you here and was glad that you were here. In my tenure here in this city, I served with 5 different city managers. They all brought various skills and certain strengths to the table. And you yourself, just like that. You brought certain skills to the community. And to the present staff, the one thing I want to say to you that I have time to say, and council, I apologize for days like today. I know how it is to be here, and you still got a long ways to go. But what I really want to say, Mr. Manager, you did a few things that I paid close attention to. Before you even took the seat, I witnessed you at a former mayor's service. I thought that was huge. And even in this last week, I've noticed you be in the community to celebrate the 2 basketball teams that went to the state playoffs. I thought that was huge. A lot of people don't pay attention to things like that, but many people do. And the best thing I can say about your tenure here, sir, you've got a lot of things done. You've been sensitive to the demographics of this community. You try to let your staff reflect more of that. You worked in terms of making things better, training and developing. Mr. Boone, I look forward to you. I've seen you out in the community just as I've seen the manager. But seeing you being engaged in our community really makes a huge difference because you gave a lot of people in this community a sense of feeling that City Hall is not the ivory tower. City Hall is the people's hall. And with that, they felt comfortable talking with you, having exchanges with you, and watching things grow and get better. I apologize that we couldn't take that vision a little bit further. We came up a little bit short. and those who have the whims of you utilizing the social media and your words, all of you are ambassadors out there for this city. And what you say and what you do is how we are perceived outside of the city limits. I hope it will continue to be positive. I hope things will continue to be positive for you, Mr. Williams, and your family. You're much too young to stop, sir. So I look forward to hearing other things from you. But I also would simply like to say thank you for bringing civility back into a community. Thank you for engaging people in the community. And most importantly, thank you for showing people it can be done a very special way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Vernon Durden, 16436 Westbury Road, Beaumont, Texas.
That lady back there was Miss Nisby, and that's one of my heroes. Her husband was my hero, Mr. Cleveland Nisby. The gentleman just spoke was a previous mayor, David Moore. He spoke about the things that matter. And as he spoke about those things, he addressed what was done in this city under Kenneth Williams. I truly hope everyone heard what he said. June, soon to be city manager, Chris Beaumont, and the whole staff. It's important, so very, very important, that the things he said are continued. Civility, camaraderie, collaboration, and growth. Everyone is looking for that to continue. We have a good city manager coming up, a very good assistant city manager, and a very, very good city council. But the collaboration and the cooperation and the transparency that was ushered in with this new city manager and mayor and council, it should continue. Cherie has done a great job, and you continue to do a good job. Corey, LaDonna, Mike, Roy, AJ, soon be leaving, Joy, and Chris. Everyone's eyes going to be looking at you. You're on the stage. Every day you're on the stage. Everyone's looking. Thank you for taking the job, Mr. Kenneth Williams, for coming and for doing what you did. You will be missed. But like David said, you're too young to stop now. Get your golf game better. I'll see you on the strokes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Carlton Sharp, 5150 Plant Road, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, staff. Mr. Williams, today is more than just a long meeting, but it's a moment to pause, to reflect, and to personally say thank you. Thank you to a man who has poured himself into our city to move it forward. Mr. Williams, what makes today special is not just what you've done, but how you've done it. You didn't just manage, you led with purpose. You led with consistency, and you led with the belief that the city deserved more than just maintenance. It deserves momentum. I've had the opportunity to watch your leadership, and one thing is clear. You are very intentional. The 5-year strategic plan wasn't just a document. It became a roadmap. It sent a message that we would no longer just drift, but move forward with direction. You challenged us to think beyond today, to stop reacting and start preparing. But what made it work even more is because you didn't operate in isolation. You collaborated. You listened to the council. You understood their priorities, and you aligned those priorities into one unified vision for the city. That takes humility. That takes patience. and that takes real leadership. The community investment plan shows something deeper. It shows you understood that beyond every project are people, families, neighborhoods, futures. You made it clear that investing in this city means investing in the people. And the Real-Time Crime Center reflects the ability to see beyond. You didn't wait for challenges to overtake us. You positioned this city to respond smarter, faster, and safer. But beyond the plans and the progress, what stands out most is your steady hand. And because of your leadership, you are leaving the next administration to Mr. Boone with something invaluable, a clear plan, a strong foundation, and a city that is prepared for what's ahead. You didn't just manage this city, you helped shift its mindset to think ahead, to plan, and to build with purpose. So today, we say thank you. Thank you to you for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for your willingness to listen, to collaborate, and to bring people together. And most of all, thank you for leaving this city better than you found it. What we honor you today, not just for your service, but for your impact. Enjoy the next chapter of your life. You've earned it. God bless you, and God bless this beautiful city.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sean Villery Samuel, 245 Calderwood, Beaumont, Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone, council in particular, mayor, madam city attorney, and our sitting, soon-to-be retired city manager. I come here for no other reason but to tell you thank you. I believe it says a lot when someone chooses to go to a community that they were not from to make it better. Some people from this place choose to go other places and never come home to make it better. You did that. And you came into it in a situation where you may have not had the best circumstances, may not have had the best resources or support system. And you understood that and you made that decision nonetheless to push this city forward, to ensure that we continue to grow in a sustainable way. I appreciate you for that. Out of everything, what I hope part of your legacy that remains once you leave this chamber is displayed in everyone that wants to be a part of making this city better. You have led with integrity. You have led consistent. And you have led in a way that has made it clear to everyone that your efforts every day, your intentions every moment is bigger than you or any position you may hold, because it's about the betterment of this city. So I say to you, I hope you lead with integrity. When it's difficult to stand in an isolated manner and do what your other people that kind of direct with you or what they may want you to do, stand strong and do what is right. I ask that you be consistent in how you handle and treat everyone and every matter that come before you. And I implore you to understand that your job, your responsibility, it's not about you. It's not about your position. It's not about the people that follow you or support you. It's about the betterment of this city. And if you do that, I do believe when that day comes for you to take a step back, there will be others up here speaking of you the same way. Because of the legacy, because of the benchmark that you have set, we are better for it. And I thank you for your time and commitment to this city.
Thank you.
Odwin Samuel, 3715 Bowen, Beaumont, Texas.
Mayor, council, administrative staff, what can I say, Sean? Thank you for what you've done. I know what it meant. I know what you've gone through. You came here out of retirement. Now you have an opportunity to enjoy your family again. All I say is thank you, and may God continue to bless you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you for those public comments, and those were many heartfelt comments for our city manager. Is there a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda?
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. Is there any discussion or questions? Councilman Turner?
Yes, Mayor. For item C with the Charter Committee, I know on the first attempt, it was 2 appointments by each council. Can staff kind of justify, explain why it was?
It was not. It was one, and that's it. I attached the resolution that shows the creation of the Charter Committee resolution. It shows 1 appointment per council.
Okay, so the first time we did 1.
Yes, sir.
How many members did we have the first time?
You actually had 11. The 12th member, if you don't count, the 12th member was like our consultant, but the city manager, myself, and the consultant were not voting members.
Okay, so basically this time, what is it, 11? Basically kind of similar to what we had last time?
Yes, sir. It's the same because you already have a charter committee establishment already. It's the same. We didn't change anything.
Okay, well, that's on me then. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any other? Councilman Duria?
So I guess it's item D, as far as the seeking money to convert the tennis court into pickleball courts. I mean, is that the only park in Beaumont that has pickleball courts?
Sports complex has pickleball courts.
And where I'm going with this, I mean, since that's such a popular game now and it's picking up all over the country, or maybe we can put some pickleball courts. Like we might have some parks that they're not using tennis courts at all. You know, people don't go play there, so maybe we can convert those to pickleball courts and give people. Some people said they're not going to like it. Well, I think it's our responsibility to try it in other parts of the city and let people see if they like it. They may like it. They may want something different to do. Like I said, I've seen before, everybody can't be a star basketball player, but from what I understand, anybody can play pickleball. So.
Well, and Councilman Durio and I will challenge anybody in doubles.
I would like for us to look into that. You know, opening it up, spread it around the city, and don't just take for granted that people in certain neighborhoods aren't going to like it, because we don't know. They may.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, would you take us into the reading of item number 1?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for all the kind words that were spoken. Appreciate it. Council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept maintenance and authorize final payment to Paradilis Enterprises, Inc. of Houston, Texas for the Cattail Marsh Wetland 72-inch outfall pipe coating project, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 1. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 2?
Consider a resolution authorizing a payment for property insurance coverage for various city-owned buildings and assets. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of option 1.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second for approval. Is there any discussion? And remember, that was presented earlier. All right, all those in favor of approving item number 2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 3?
Council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept maintenance and authorize final payment to Tanksco, Inc. of Fort Worth, Texas for the South Elevated Storage Tank Rehabilitation Project. And it comes with recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 3. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 3, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 4?
Council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept maintenance and authorize final payment to Vortex Services LLC of Houston, Texas for the Washington Boulevard 16-inch water line replacement project. And it comes with recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion and second?
Move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 4. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 5?
Council to consider a resolution declaring an intent of the city to reimburse itself from proceeds of bonds expected to be issued for certain expenditures incurred prior to the issuance of certain debt. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 5?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 5. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 5, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Okay. So that would be 6-1. All right. And motion carries. Mr. City Manager, would you please take us into the reading of item number 6?
Council consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept maintenance and authorize final payment to Greenscapes 6 for the Howell Street and Sioux Lane pavement restoration project. And it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 6?
Make a motion to move to approve. Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 6. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 6, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 7?
Council to consider an ordinance denying Texas Gas Service Company's proposed rate, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the ordinance.
Is there a motion for item number 7?
Move to deny. Approve or deny?
You would be approving the ordinance
As a denial.
as a denial.
Second.
That's it.
All right, there is a motion and a second for approval of the denial. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approval of item number 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, would you take us into the public hearing, please?
Council to conduct a public hearing to receive comments to temporarily waive transit fares for students.
And the public hearing is open. We have somebody doing any presentation, or are we just going to go ahead and?
The next item is going to be for waiving or temporarily waiving fees for students to access transit all summer long, basically unlocking opportunities for job transportation or events recreationally throughout the summer. So I am very much so in favor of this, and this is a continuation of the council's intentions last year, so would like to keep that momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and, if we don't have anybody else, I'll close the public hearing and we can move into the, is that okay? Move into the regular agenda item. May we have that reading so that then we can discuss it as a council? Because we're going to look into vote on it. May we have the reading of item number 8?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Council consider a resolution authorizing ZIP to temporarily waive transit fares for students from May 28, 2026 to August 12, 2026, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 8?
Make a motion, we approve. Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 8. Is there any discussion? Councilman Turner, then Councilwoman Sherwood, and then Councilman Crenshaw.
Just a point of clarity. I know it says K through 12, but we're only doing grades 9 through 12, correct?
It would be K through 12. However, this is public transportation, right? So there's no attendance that would be on there or guardians. So anyone that is under ninth grade or out of high school, I highly encourage them to have a guardian or a parent with them accompanying. Anyone that's in high school, please do present your student ID so that you can then board the transit for free.
All right.
Councilwoman?
My follow-up, I just want to actually say thank you to staff. What happened last year, you had coaches from these high schools come to us because students couldn't make it to extracurricular activities due to the fact that their parents were working and they didn't have anyone there, nor did they have transportation. So in an effort to give kids an outlet to get to something positive, I appreciate staff looking into this. It is only temporarily for the summertime. Also, it gives students the opportunity who may want to work and assist their families, or maybe one student came and said they want to earn money to get school clothes for the school year. It gives them an opportunity to get to and from work. So I do appreciate staff looking into this and seeing if it can be feasible. And it is a temporary thing, but I think it's a positive thing for the city of Beaumont.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman?
In an effort to fully support this, I'd like to see maybe if council would consider making this permanent for young people that need help, that can't get back and forth to work, that maybe need help, that are of age to be transported to and from work or activities. I know that it's temporary, but I'd like to support Councilman Turner and our young people that are trying to do something positive if in the event that council would entertain that.
Thank you. Councilman Crenshaw?
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up. I know we did this last summer. We're doing it this summer. Is there a legal reason why we're coming back every year to reauthorize this? Or why can't we just make it permanent moving forward that students during the summer don't have to pay fares?
The reason it's coming back is because it does give specific dates, May 28th, 2026 to August 12th, and that's for the BISD summer session. But if that's something that you want to do, I can run numbers and present it to you guys.
Yeah, if we, instead of having the specific dates, we could just say during the summer session for BISD.
We would need, so in order for that to happen, you would have to have a separate public hearing to just waive fees generally. And so I think what the director is saying is that she would bring you back with the cost estimates to provide a presentation to council with those numbers, and then you'd hold a public hearing on that issue. The public hearing today was for the waiver of fees during the summer months.
All right. All right. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor of approving item number 8, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Mr. City Manager, would you take us into the work session?
Council to review and discuss a request from Beautify Beaumont, Inc. and Mike Getz for the donation of landscaping materials and signage at the public median near Phelan Boulevard and Dowling Road in name of the improvements in honor of Alice and Nathan Getz.
And I do know that we have Lori Leister here with Beautify Beaumont that might be able to give an overview and help answer any of the council's questions.
Mayor, if I could, Ms. Leister, before you start, Ms. Leister is going to present what their proposal is, but I just wanted to clarify the point of today's work session is to give staff some indication, not whether or not to approve the request today, but to indicate whether or not, well, what would be the next step in this process, which is outlined by Chapter 14.07, which is the park facility structure and feature naming policy. And in that policy, it asks the question of council, do you want the request to go to an ad hoc committee to review, or do you want the request to simply stay with the city council? So again, we're going to hear from Mrs. Leister today about what the proposal is, but the request before council is what the next step in the process will be.
Thank you.
I'm Laurie Leister, and I am currently president of Beautify Beaumont. And Beautify Beaumont started in the 1980s as the nonprofit arm for Beaumont's Keep Beaumont Beautiful Commission, which, as you all may recall, was part of the Keep Texas Beautiful Commission, and then a part of the Keep America Beautiful Commission. And the nonprofit arm was set up because the city, in their City of Beaumont Commission, wanted to do landscaping projects, but there was no money. So they created the nonprofit arm, Beautify Beaumont, and citizens would donate money for the project. The Beautify Beaumont would raise the funds, install an irrigation system, and name the project after the donor's family or whomever they wanted it to be part of. There were many projects, mainly across downtown at the time, because downtown was being a little bit on a redevelopment period, and there was really no money then for landscaping. There are several landscaped areas around town: the Noah Tevis Park across from the Beaumont Enterprise, the Hines Park across the street from the federal courthouse, several other small areas in town. The George Brown Park area right across at the convergence of Phelan Boulevard and Calder. And then the most recent one that we did was in 2019 on Phelan Boulevard, where we recognized Marie Calcote. Marie was the one who really started all of the Keep Beaumont Beautiful Commission and the Beautify Beaumont organization. She was a powerhouse, and she even started the first recycling program in Beaumont in the early 1980s. So we were honored to recognize her at that time, and we put that in that location because she lived there off of that neighborhood near the intersection there of Kennedy and Phelan Boulevard. Over the years, the city has helped maintain that. We put the sign there with donations in her honor, created the flower beds there. And then in around 2015, we received a grant of $3,500 from the Peggy Rose Martin Fund, and we put in the second bed with Peggy Martin roses that are there now blooming. Kenneth Reggett has been so helpful and wonderful about these projects. We recently, I think just last summer, we redid the beds there on Phelan so that they could be maintained more easily. Beautify Beaumont, we have not done any other landscaping on public right-of-ways. We've been doing tree giveaways for the past 15 years. We get our trees donated through Trees for Houston. We give away around 250 or 300 5-gallon trees at the Beaumont Botanical Gardens. That has been a wonderfully well-received project, and increasing the tree canopy in Beaumont. About a month ago, I was approached by Mike Getz, who had finances that he wanted to contribute to a nonprofit, and thought it would be a wonderful idea to put a sign up honoring Allison and money for another landscaping area, kind of like what we have done over on Phelan to honor Marie. Beautify Beaumont has some funds, and we have offered to donate funds for an additional bed too, and there may be other citizens that might want to come forward. The beds that will go along there were designed by Kenneth Reggett. He is figuring around 3 pine trees landscaped in a little bed with a border around it with flowers, and so that's what the idea is, to go down Phelan. We would love to continue this project. The city, of course, now has money for landscaping, and it's been wonderful. Just know that we have some funds and we're able to raise money if you all want to do any more of these down Phelan Boulevard or anywhere else in town. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Councilman Crenshaw?
Thank you, Lori, for being here. Is there, I noticed on the proposed sign, it says, you know, as many words about Allison. It looks like it's proposing Beautify Beaumont, Inc. and Getz Family Charitable Trust. Do you have any objection to that not being on there, or is there any reason why Beautify Beaumont is insistent that their name be on the sign?
Well, we're contributing money also, and on all the other landscaped areas, there were medallions that had the name of the person or a medallion that said Beautify Beaumont. So that's what we would like.
Okay. And on the Marie Calcoat, does it say who donated the money on the
Well,
sign?
it's Beautify Beaumont, actually. Beautify Beaumont collects the money and makes the donation.
Correct.
So we work with the city. People donate money to Beautify Beaumont. So everybody's contributions are there. And we did that in honor of Marie, but in all of the other landscaped areas that were done, the donor would give the money to Beautify Beaumont. The name of the location would be their family, their selection of a name.
Okay. And so on the Marie Calcoat sign, it says Beautify Beaumont as well?
Yes, on the bottom, I believe it still does. The city redid that recently, and I believe it does at the bottom. It did on the original sign. It was just repainted. Over the years, some of the lettering had worn off, and the city redid that for us. But it's Marie Calcoat Greenway.
Right. And again, your position is that Beautify Beaumont wants to keep its name on the sign?
If possible. I mean, you know, we'd like to, we have volunteers. We do good works.
Okay. And you've received a $2,000 donation specifically for this sign?
Well, we actually will receive more from Mr. Getz. He is estimating he's going to pay for the sign and give money for one of those beds. And then we offered to add another landscape bed. So right now there'll be 2 of these little landscaped areas with pine trees in the middle.
Okay.
And then landscaping around the sign.
So what is the total donation then for the sign and the 2 beds?
It's around, well, the total, Mr. Getz has offered $5,000 and we're offering $2,000. I believe it's in that letter. Okay. So about
I didn't see
$7,000.
all of that. I think I saw something about 2,000.
Yes, and his donation to us, he has suggested $5,000 that would cover the cost of the sign and then an additional bed and landscaping around the sign itself.
Okay. That's all I have.
Councilman Turner?
Now I think may be the appropriate time to kind of say it, since we're kind of in a work session discussing it. The sign that we have was the original design. I have been in contact with Mr. Getz and other parties, and he's in agreement to name the sign not what we originally have. He wants to do Allison's Greenway and take the other 2 names off of it. He did give me permission to speak in reference to that because I know it's been something that's been worked through prior to us getting to this point.
That's what I understand too.
Okay, so I'm clear, instead of it being the Allison Nathan Getz Greenway, it's just going to be Allison's Greenway?
Correct, Councilman.
Then it's going to say outstanding public servant and volunteer?
Correct,
period?
Councilman.
No Beautify Beaumont Inc. and Getz Family Public Trust?
Well, Beautify Beaumont Inc., but not Getz Family Public Trust. So the only thing on the sign would be Allison's Greenway. And everything else would be it basically Allison's Greenway, outstanding public servant and volunteer, Beautify Beaumont Inc.
Okay.
And we will be able to have a final version before we vote on it, so at this point.
That's if you decide to retain it with council. If it goes to the ad hoc committee, the ad hoc committee will make a recommendation to council. Obviously, you'd still have some agreement,
Understood.
but it'd be in accordance with the naming ordinance. It just depends on
Understood.
the structure.
But Mayor, I just thought that was important that council knew all those details had been,
Very
logistics
important.
had been worked out.
And at this point, I would suggest that this just stay with council until such time that we start getting, if we start receiving a lot of requests, then we can look to create a committee unless anybody feels differently. Ultimately, it would still be a council decision, so. All right, is that sufficient direction?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. And with that, Let me make sure I know where we're at. We're going to recess into executive session, I believe.
So Mayor, before we recess, the notice for, I guess it's noticed as Street James instead of St. James, it's improper. So if council wanted to discuss those here, you could, but it's improperly posted for executive session.
Okay, well, that would be fine, although we are going to take a 10-minute recess.
Yep.
Because this has been, I can only go,
Yeah, you can go, I'm just saying, so we'll only be discussing the last two, the Fannin and the 380.
so we'll still recess upstairs to discuss the bottom two.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Session.
May I have roll call, please?
Mayor West,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Turner,
Here.
Councilmember Durio,
Here.
Councilmember Hilliard,
Here.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Sherwood, and Councilmember Crenshaw. Thank you.
All right, Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 9?
Thank you, Mayor. Council consider authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement for economic development incentives under the Neighborhood Empowerment Zone, which is a NEZ program for the development located at 3633 St. James Boulevard, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 9?
So move to approve.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 9. Is there any discussion? We want any explanation?
I know it.
Y'all familiar with it? All right, all those in favor of approval of item number 9, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 10?
Council consider authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement for economic development and incentives under the Neighborhood Empowerment Zone NEZ program for the development located at 3479 St. James Boulevard, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
So move to approve. Second.
There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 10. Is there any discussion? Councilman?
Just the manager said 3479. I'll remember say 3475.
No, item 10 is 3479, item 11 is 3475.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. No other discussion?
Can't believe you, man.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 11?
Council consider authorizing the city manager to enter an agreement for economic development incentives under the Neighborhood Empowerment Zone NEZ program for the development located at 3475 St. James Boulevard, and it comes with the recommendation of approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 11?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. City Manager, we have the reading of item 12.
Authorize the city manager to execute all documents related to the NAS agreement for the Baptist Hospital Behavioral Health Facility redevelopment and expansion project at 3250 Fannin Street, including applicable building fee waivers and incentives, and then staff recommends approval of the resolution.
Is there a motion for item number 12?
So moved.
Second.
It's been,
Third.
Let me get out of the way.
Joey got it.
one of them. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving item number 12, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. City Manager, may we have the reading of item number 13, which is our final agenda item.
Council consider authorizing the city manager to enter into a Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement with Beaumont 194 LLC to provide incentives for a residential subdivision development located near Point Parkway and Northwest Parkway within the city of Beaumont. Got a recommendation of approval.
Is there a motion for table it to May 5th?
I'll make a motion to table it to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion to table this to May 5th meeting, and there is a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm out of words. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and now we're going to move to council member comments, and I'll start with Councilman Crenshaw.
No comment.
Councilwoman.
I'd like to say thank you to Molly for all their hard work and the presentations that went on today, because it's been a lot, and we've been calling on Molly all day long, and I appreciate you so much. And to our city manager that is leaving, I'm gonna miss you, and thank you for all that you've done and getting us through our first year of council, which we know hadn't been easy. This job and this council requires a lot, and we appreciate you. We can't say thank you enough. And I aspire to get to a retirement day where there is no more anything else to do. So good for you, and have some fun for me.
Thank you.
Oh, the transportation for the young people, I want to make sure that we keep that in front of our mind as school's ending and whatever we need to do in perpetuity. I don't know, but I love that for us. And it's another great day in Beaumont.
Yes, it is. And I'd like to remind folks that Monday, April 27th at the Tevis Room, we are having a public event to celebrate Kenneth Williams from 4 to 6 p.m. So be aware of that. Councilman Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to take a second to recognize everybody that worked on the Nature's River Festival this year. It came to an end Saturday, and it was really a great year, and a lot of people here at the city that are involved, Miles and Emily and your daughter as well. So parade was great, and the ball was, heard it was fun. I didn't make it Saturday, but I know it went off great. And secondly, since we last met, a guy that we all know passed away, Greg Rosenberger. And if you go to events in Beaumont, you know him, and he's a smiling, familiar face, and he will be greatly missed. So just wanted to recognize him.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just want to kind of shout out council. Looking forward to the project, just to highlight Miss Allison and just work through kinks so everybody can be welcoming to the project in the city of Beaumont. So thank you for everybody listening to the presentation. Looking forward to more beautification projects throughout the city. Nature's River Festival, it was pretty cool. One of the cool events in Beaumont, just to see the diversity take place and see, our young people go to be king and queens, learn etiquette and so many other things that they learn. I thought it was pretty cool, and I really enjoyed the event. I actually got to make it Saturday, and it was kind of fun. It was pretty cool. My next thing is, Kenneth, again, I appreciate everything. When you first came here, you had a black beard. Now you got a gray beard. So, so I guess we worked you a little bit. You had a little hair too. But I appreciate everything, man. You won't be far. So, and lastly, just lately, we've been getting some good economic development projects in the city of Beaumont. Some projects the first time, and I just want to let y'all know I appreciate y'all. We welcome good business, and we welcome people in the community for us to do things we may never have done before. I think it's about time for this community to grow in ways it's never grown before, and sometimes we got to do things we've never done to get there. So thank you for the patience and working with us. Let's iron out the kinks and let's get there.
Thank you.
And I'll second that. I thank you for coming back to your hometown and taking a break. And please bear with us because, like you said, this is something new. We want to make sure that we get it right. And so thank you for wanting to not only take the opportunity but put your money up to do it. So we appreciate that. And like AJ said, we need more of it. I'd also like to give a shout out to B&B. We'll be doing their grand opening on Calder Wednesday. So it's exciting. We got a new restaurant come. I think that's a soft opening. Oh, sorry. I'm just reading what they sent me. So.
I may be wrong.
Well, it's exciting that we've got someone in there, and it's going to be a great kind of a family, Louisiana kind of cuisine. So it's pretty awesome. And I want to thank Molly again, too. That was a great presentation, and I want to thank you for always being attentive and doing good things for us. I appreciate that. And, big shout out to our city manager. I mean, I tell everybody we were lucky to have you, and, I appreciate everything you did, and sorry if I caused any of that gray in the beard, but it wasn't intentional, I promise. So you're going to be missed. But we're losing someone good, but I know that it's time to enjoy all your hard work, so you will be missed. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Durio.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the people that came up and said nice things about Mr. Williams. That was cool. I wish more people would have said nicer things about him the whole time he was here. Maybe he might have stayed a little longer. And also, of course, I'm gonna miss you, my golf partner. But also, Molly, thank you for that response, that presentation on the traffic signals. I really appreciate that. And now when people call me, I can tell them about the different types of traffic lights and things like that, if I remember. And I guess that's about it. We need to please keep us updated on this feasibility study about the library and the Children's Museum. So see where we're going with that. Ms. Nesby said nobody consulted her, and she's the chairman of that committee. I think she should have been included on that. That's everything. That's it, Mayor.
Councilman Durio, no, Councilman Turner.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that always does that.
Yeah, I just want to shout out even the NES districts that happen in some of our neighborhoods that some people may feel like we forget about. Those are just as important as the big developments. So to see one of our developers back there that's doing things in some of our older neighborhoods, I just want to say thank you and continue to do the work. As I ride through the community, those newer homes look really good in some of these areas that need that attention. So thank you.
Agreed. Madam City Attorney.
I think everybody's praised you enough, so I don't know if Cynthia's going to let you fit your head through the house, but I'm just going to say congratulations to your daughter, because now you get to call her by the right name. I don't know who gets called the wrong name more, me or her, but congratulations to her on getting her name back.
Holly.
Just wanted to say thank you for the kind words. Also want to shout out to Mike Harris. He is the president of the local chapter of the Texas Water Utilities Association, and they're currently hosting their regional school, which is to educate our local water operators and help them to provide safe drinking water and wastewater treatment. So if you see a bunch of water operators hanging around in Beaumont this week, that's what that's for. And also thoughts to all the Aggies today as they gather for muster roll call as we remember our deceased fellow students. Thank you.
Mr. Boone.
Mayor, Council, real quickly, Tracy's going to have more on this later in the week, but it is National Work Zone Awareness Week. So I know not just TxDOT workers that we're aware of, but also, of course, our city workers throughout the city. We just ask that you please slow down and be aware. And I know we're going to have opportunities coming in the next few days to offer our appreciation to Mr. Williams, but I know this is his final meeting with us as city manager, so I just wanted to echo some of the comments that were said earlier, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have worked with you and appreciate all you've done for our city.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes, and I would just like to echo what everyone else has said about Mr. Williams today. I know you've sat on many dioceses over your 39-year career, and you've sat through hundreds of council meetings, so I know this moment has to feel very sweet for you, knowing that this is the last one, and you get to go and sit on the beach somewhere like you've done before. So I'm sure all of the cities you work for, including Beaumont, has appreciated you and for all of your hard work and for your leadership. And as people have said, Beaumont will benefit from what you've done for many years to come. And I know your beard is getting gray, but I think I'm the only one sitting in this room who experienced Mr. Williams when he had hair on his head, when he worked at Beaumont when I first got there. Yeah, so blame it on me, but thank you for all you've done and all you've done for me as well. Thanks.
Ms. Ingram?
Just want to echo a lot of what everyone was saying. You've been an incredible leader. It's been awesome to work with you and more importantly, learn from you. I'm really going to miss your steady leadership, but I'm really excited to learn under Chris and continue working for him as well. But thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
As everyone else said, Mr. Williams, thank you so much. We've enjoyed the last 3.5 years that you've been here with us in Beaumont. Gonna hate to see you go, but I will stay in touch. And to you and Miss Cynthia, best of luck in your retirement, because she's retiring too with you, even though she's not working.
Yeah, she's been retired.
But she's retired too, so she'll enjoy that. But just best of luck to both of you.
Okay, well,
Thank
that's
you.
not bad, Tina. I thought it would be worse coming from you. Hey, it's, yeah, I told you when this process started, it gets worse as it goes along. So, and we have to deal with it. But I do thank everyone. I thank all of the good, kind words, and I thank the people who spoke today. I appreciate them. And I'd just like to read a short statement, and I'd like to express my gratitude to the mayor, city council, members, and staff for the support and collaboration over the past several years. My career has been marked by personal and professional achievements of which I am proud. Becoming president of the Texas City Management Association was never in my goals, but I guess it was one identified by the God as other things ordered by him. Becoming assistant city manager in the town of Lufkin was certainly out of reach for a young person who looked like me when I was a child growing up there, but I managed to achieve. Working as city manager in the town of Diboll, maintained by the great Arthur Temple, and continuing his projects of a civic center, golf course, and library history center was certainly impressive. In Buda, completing road, drainage, infrastructure, municipal complex, creating a police department, and building a public safety building was satisfying of the city with a 200% growth rate. Of course, Beaumont, in collaboration with city council and city staff, we improved technology of the real-time crime center, AI implementation, and increasing electronic productivity throughout this organization. Creation of a multi-million-dollar TERS, a 5.5% increase in sales tax revenue, and property tax rate reductions were positive for finance during my tenure. Likewise, improved infrastructure of sewer, water, and streets drainage were helpful, not to mention creating definitive plans for the future. I continue to show my appreciation for staff by investing in their development, diversifying the workforce, and empowering them to make informed decisions. The future of Beaumont is bright, and I encourage continued commitment to progress with citizen involvement. I offer encouragement to the new city manager, Chris Boone, and I sustain confidence in his leadership and encourage all to support him. Likewise, I encourage City Council to identify common ground, then work toward those shared goals. After 39 years of having very few Tuesdays to myself, working with 4 cities, 13 mayors, at least 70 city council members, 13 city attorneys, and 6 city clerks, this is my last council meeting as a public official. I look forward to spending those Tuesdays now doing whatever the heck I want to. I retire proudly as a public servant, giving my time to the communities I have served. However, retirement does not mean doing nothing. It just means doing something else. I wish the city of Beaumont the best and best wishes in the future. And in the words of the great Edward R. Murrow, for those old enough to remember, good night and good luck.
There you go. I know it's been a long meeting. We've accomplished a lot. Remind everybody, the Tevis Room on Monday, this coming Monday, 4 to 6. But Kenneth, Mr. Williams, it's been a pleasure working with you. You have taught me a whole lot, and you have always been a man of great character and integrity. And I have seen you demonstrate your love for this city and the people of this city repeatedly. So it was wonderful to hear so many people come up and say nice things about you, but I know there were a lot more than that you have touched, and you've made Beaumont, it's better than when you found it. So thank you for that. And I look forward to Monday, and with that, the meeting is adjourned.